And yeah, how is everyone's day going? All right, so yeah, balance. We need to get rid of that section. Yep, we talked about it yesterday and then got totally distracted. We got rid of the column, but yeah, had a bit too much of the whiskey yesterday. Ooh, I forgot that I made my list filter like abstraction. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna make some stuff easier, but we're not gonna need it for this one right here. All right, so then yeah, we do this. All we've got is date range, which will work. Yep. So yeah, filtering is working. ID. Oh. Okay, so we got a bug there with how we're doing our sorting. So wait a minute. Nah, this should be working. Oh, so hold on. So yeah, instead of doing this, yeah, the original plan was that dashboard would live at like some like waltr.com/dashboard. And at this point, I'm okay with dashboard dot whatever. I don't mind that at all. Well, I guess here's the big thing. I think I did it because I wanted to be able to set a local storage value when we log in, right, for the token, and use that maybe on the marketing page to show like the user's like profile icon stuff or whatever. Oh, oh. Now I kind of need to test this. Well, hold on. We should be able to ask. Like Google should know. Can I access a subdomain's local storage from the top level or from the main? Yeah, so none of that is shared. Mm. Oh, we could do a local storage hack. Oh, we could just do it with a cookie. Yeah, storing token in a cookie instead of local storage could make sense. Cookies have a max life of 7 days, which wouldn't be a problem here. Yeah, like our tokens aren't going to live long enough that the 7 day thing is a problem. Yeah. That's going to go in here. And this is, yeah, we'll say dashboard. use a cookie for cross subdomain token usage. And we're not going to have any XSS issues, so we should be good there. And yeah, we should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine if someone's trying to inject HTML via like the description. So hold on, if we go look at it, oh, it would be on the transactions page. But in the transactions, we do have the ability for like a user of this app to set like a notes field. It's like the only place where that kind of injection could happen. I guess username, maybe. But yeah, for that to be an issue, we'd have to do like the dangerously set inner HTML because React is escaping that stuff for us at least. So I think we'd be fine. I think we're good. Oh, wait. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, all right. So we'll create it as a draft. Yeah, I'm fine with that. All right, so back to what we're doing then. So yeah, that solves this issue. We don't need to do the slash dashboard thing. So then makes this part a lot easier. Um, it still seems off though. Okay, this seems like a React router bug. Not bug, but like my implementation of using it. Yeah, so what we saw is that right, like we should be able to do the slash login thing here. And we know that we have like the link that we're trying to do. So why is this failing? Like if we look at it, we look below and it's accounts without the slash at the front. If we look here, we do see a href slash accounts. We're doubling up on the slash, sure. Oh. Okay, so now it works. Weird. Okay. Query condition missed key schema element. We've got a bug here too. Yeah, our redirect to that is breaking on us. So that's a problem. So sort column here is now our issue. So if we go look at how this is working now, that's going to be part of our backend logic. And I guess my next question is, yeah, sort column. Where is that making it in? So it's the sort key that we're passing. Mm. So sort key is then account ID. Let me go look at my accounts arc table indexes here. Nope, that's it. So yeah, all of these end up needing to be tertiary key. However, we don't have balance anymore for an account because that's going to be unique. So yeah, then what we discover is that we need to bring down the API again. And yeah, how you doing? I'm Trade. It is, yeah, this is a good album. All right, so we spun that up. Database is going. This is for the front end. That part's fine. We do a pnpm dev there, and then we need to do a little bit of scaffolding there, which will kick off the database stuff here. Yep. Creating business user. Yep, all that's necessary. And then, yeah, we're gonna let this script kind of just run. And yeah, this is the part I kind of miss from like a proper SQL database. Being able to do like fast migrations or fast like fixture data. Not migrations, but yeah, fixture data. Just by inserting like a giant blob of SQL. But I think it's fine. While this is running, I can pour a beverage. Make sure we don't overdo it like I did yesterday, but you know, you can chill. I just realized I didn't set up my YouTube chat over here. So there we go. No one chatted over there yet, so that's fine. But yeah. And yeah, let's do a beverage. Yeah, they do. So wait, what do you mean by that donkey fish? Like the dev database is just the local database. I'm not touching anything up in like AWS at the moment. So we're using DynamoDB local. The problem is that when we modify our indexes, our global secondary indexes don't get recreated. So yeah, you have dev and test on local. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I'm running like DynamoDB locally, but I basically had to like drop the database to be able to like recreate the global secondary indexes. There might be another way to do that. I'm just not aware of it yet. And yeah, that's probably something I should validate, because then just not having to run all of the fixture data over and over, like as I change indexes, would be really nice. Oh, hold on. Sorry, one second. Let me respond to work real quick here. Sorry, let me reply to this coworker real quick. Okay, so yeah, let's empty this out, pour a fresh beverage, and enjoy our Friday. So yeah, give me a second. And yeah, I'm debating in my head about what I want to do for dinner tonight. I can always do the carbonara, which I didn't get to last night. I could always do like I kind of want to try like pho with beef here at home. I typically do like pho with shrimp, just because like the shrimp's really easy. But yeah, I've got some like nice smaller cuts of beef that I could do in some pho that would be good. And I got like the pho stuff, I think. I'll have to double check that as I go to thaw the beef. Yeah, that could be good. And then there's always the option of some Indian food. If I end up cooking, yeah. Yeah, I'm not planning on going quite as late as I did on this stream today as I did yesterday, because I want to get to some gaming tonight. And we got gaming tomorrow night too. I'll try and start stream a little earlier in the day tomorrow. We'll see. Ah, the chicken chow mein stream. Yeah, I messed up with the egg. Not sure the right way to do the egg. Like, just let it cook longer so it chunks up better. I think I, like, stirred the egg too soon or something. I don't know. Maybe just cook the egg separately in, like, a just separate pan. Scramble it. Throw it in. Or maybe just chow mein with egg just isn't the right move. I don't know. But yeah, that was my first time doing it with chicken. I typically do pork. All right, so... And yeah, who asked about Waltr there? What up, Zaire? How you doing? Is your name Zaire, or is it more like Uzir? Or something like that. Just let me know. And yeah, looking at this, we got those running. I just want to make sure we're able to sort by these columns. We should. We're not going to be able to refresh. We got to relog in because we invalidated the token. Ooh, and Chaotic, are you out there? Yeah, I was going to say, check your fantasy football team. It looks like Gus Edwards is out. I think I noticed that this morning and I forgot until just now. What's up? How you doing, Array? Damn, my defense. Holy shit, dude. I don't know about launching soon, but we're making steady progress. Like the sorting and filtering was something that I was not looking forward to at all, but it's actually going a lot smoother. So yeah, I'm really happy with that part. Like we set up most of the work ahead of time, like previously. So now we're just like getting it back to working. But yeah, like I was expecting with a lot of the changes I made having to like refactor a lot more than I currently have so far. Oh wait, am I not playing you this week? Oh, I thought I was playing you this week. Oh, okay. No, no. You're right. You're right. I just refreshed. Was that not you? No, it wasn't you. Okay. Was that Knock I was playing last week that had Gus Edwards? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. How do I organize the parts so I don't get overwhelmed? Hmm. Yeah, it's because we're running our migrations right now and we're basically pegging the database right now. Because it's DynamoDB local, it's not meant to be like super fast. There's a little like fuzzy thing in the air there. Like if we look at it, our Docker container is only consuming like less than a whole core, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. I do find that a little strange that it seems to be so limited. Hold on, maybe I have it configured wrong in my Docker Compose? No? Yeah, this does feel like an issue with OrbStack. Yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, that is super weird. That Yahoo had that bug, so that's weird. But yeah, hold on, Doctor Drap. Let me double check and read it. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place right now, so give me a bit. So yeah, as far as like getting overwhelmed, it's really I don't know, like certain parts just need to happen before the others. So it's not that overwhelming. Hold on, let me get more music going. But yeah, project board does help. I was definitely doing a lot more like project management stuff with it when I first started it. But I don't know, some of it, like you know what stuff you need a lot of the time. I don't know. Yeah, it's tricky. I'm not sure. Yeah, it depends on the project, sure. I've built a lot of projects on stream, so maybe it's just a practice of habit that I kind of like have like like you got to spin up an API for a front end to be able to hit anything. So yeah, create the API. You got to spin up the endpoints to interface with your database and the schema that you create. So you start with a schema. That was also maybe like a portion of like let me put it this way. My first job in the industry was at an agency or a consultancy or whatever. And typically like you're going to be starting a lot of projects at an agency or a consultancy. So I got really good at starting projects. I do lack the ability to maybe like get them over the finish line. So there's definitely like a bit of like as a project starter, you start out just like sprinting or running full speed. Towards the end of the race, you're going to get tired, right? Which is why it's nice to like bring in someone else that can have like a fresh set of momentum. So in many cases, like, dealing with a certain client can burn you out a bit. Having to fight their scope creep can burn you out a bit. But yeah, I think there's technically like a skill set to being someone who's like a starter versus someone who's like a finisher. Right? And something new and exciting, like, yeah, like the sky's the limit, Like, yeah, I think there's definitely like a separate set of skills for being like a starter versus a finisher, as well as just simply like doing any kind of handoff. Even like a starter can come in and like finish out a product because they got like that fresh like momentum. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't gotten that question much, so I need to like think about a better way to respond to it for sure. I'm sure I can think of a better way to answer that question, given a little bit more like thought. All right, here we go. All right, so database is back and fast again. I mean, I think I can answer it better with like a more like focused answer in the future. I gotta like think more about it. But yeah, the way I have most of this project just up here in my head, so like I don't necessarily need to keep a lot of project management stuff going. I'm also in the middle of like a major refactor. So like as we get going more, right, you'll see that this board will populate with a whole bunch of stuff here soon. Oh, and I should rename this. There we go. So yeah, like right now, I just have a couple tasks that I want to make sure I don't miss. And that's really all I'm doing with my project management so far. But then eventually, once we have the MVP launched with what I think qualifies as an MVP, I'm going to have to start like really looking at and prioritizing certain tasks over others so that I don't like leave stuff out. Right now, because we're in the middle of a major pivot, we just kind of need to like make things work. And that part's really obvious, at least so far. Like what things we need, etc. Eventually, we're going to want to maybe have different metrics or stats or things like that, and then I'll probably individually track those, and then we can like sort and filter, right? Well, that's what I'm getting at, a ray of hope. Like, GitHub projects are fine too. This is basically a Trello board at this point. But yeah, Dr. Drap, if you're asking more just like not how I do it, but how would anyone in general do it, then yeah, like have a project board, right? Split out your tasks in a way that makes sense to you. Oh, and chaotic. Hold on. Did you used to have Gus Edwards? Like, is that it maybe? And like, you recently did like pulled some moves to get rid of him? Because that might have been it. Like, I just hadn't refreshed. Okay. There it is. That was it. Okay. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, like between like whenever that happened and today, my view here just didn't update. Okay. Well, I mean, not for that reason at least. Yeah, Code Kitchen, I'm a collector. We are getting to the point where, yeah, we're going to need to go through the archive again here soon. Oh, and I don't need the WasomeCon link anymore. We already proposed to that. We'll try and get into next year's. So yeah, basically everything from here to the left is my archive, where I want to go through these tabs at some point again and move them over to this Trello board where I kind of like group things up. So I got some stuff that I think would be really good, like YouTube long worthy posts, right? Like, 10-minute videos type stuff. I've got stuff that I think would be kind of cool for YouTube shorts. And then just a whole bunch of things as libraries that I want to make sure I don't forget about. Trello is free. Yeah, it's owned by Bitbucket. So there's like a limit to the amount of boards that you can have. But yeah, Trello is free. And it is still like a nicer experience than GitHub Projects. I like the idea of GitHub Projects just because it doesn't take up the 10 boards that I get, and it's really easy to like create an issue from something in like a GitHub project. So that's like my biggest reason for using it. Like wiring up to GitHub for the task of like creating issues is actually really nice. And I don't know if Trello does that well. But as far as like other just generic collecting of ideas and tasks and whatever, right? Like this one right here is all the ideas that I have for projects to work on, you know? I got ideas, man. So yeah, for me, Trello serves more of like a less project oriented purpose and more for just like collecting like ideas and links and blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm an ideas guy. I really am. I got into building software because I couldn't afford to pay people to build my projects for me. All right, so we got accounts here. Let's just make sure we can sort. Yes, we can. We can go by created. Yes, we can. Is it a good book? Never split the difference. Where's that? Oh, this right here. For business stuff. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I don't do any chat GPT like idea business stuff at all. Nah. Now, when it comes to ideas, I just, like you have ideas for projects all the time. One of my favorite things to describe to people when they come in here, like, I want to work on something, but I don't know what, is, you know, the moment you're having where you can't figure out what to work on. I never have that problem because I have this entire Trello board and I add to it whenever a good idea comes up, which happens all the time. Most people make the mistake of throwing away an idea in the moment for various reasons. Like, oh, I don't know how I would do that. So they throw the idea away. I don't know how I would make money off that. So they throw the idea away. So instead, I really, really like just throwing every idea over into that Trello board and then just sorting and filtering later. I don't even sort and filter besides maybe the column it goes in until like way later. Because I have the fundamental, like, I don't know, the thought that you should never mix critical thought and brainstorming, right? Critical thought and creativity are fundamentally separate things. And the moment you try and mix them is when things just go wrong, like idea wise. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Top five. Yep. And how's it going, Ladle? What you up to? So yeah, me personally, like I have ideas all the time. They just go into the list, and when it's time to work on a new project, when I'm getting burnt out on one, or when we finish one, which is rare, we can just pick another one from the list. Well, then how are you chatting? I'm kidding. Like probably on your phone instead of on your desktop or whatever. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Taking it to the old school version of the internet. He's connecting via landline, right? Yeah, using net zero. But yeah, cool. So our sorting and filtering is done. Yeah, we're set. I'm into it. This is nice. So wait, Kenny, I'm guessing is that a joke? Like, so Net Zero was like a free dial-up internet service. I doubt, are they still really a thing? Now they just do broadband internet? Huh, interesting. They say copyright 2024, but this website looks like it was made in 2006. Okay, so Kenny remembers it. Just double checking. Yeah, exactly, Alan. Yeah. They might have a margin or padding issue. Yep. Yeah, you're talking about like up here, right? This is supposed to look like a button or something. Like, yeah, the padding or margin over here. Gross. Hold on. Showservice.do? .do. What is that extension? Is that Cold Fusion? No, those are .cf, right? Website.do path name. Uh, what web framework ends routes with a .do file extension? Struts. Interesting. Yeah, good call. Restarted. Did you also have to Google it? Or did you know? Struts. Man, I haven't heard of struts in ages. It's probably it's Apache Struts now. It's an open source web application framework. Right. So it's probably a Ray of Hope knew but didn't want to age themselves. I get it. I get it. It has gotten a recent update 8 months ago. Interesting. 18 years old. Jeez. Okay, so it can drink in Germany at least. Yeah, right, Alan? Dude. Ooh, it's got Dojo Toolkit support, so there you go. It might just be the plugin. I don't know if Dojo Toolkit last stable release 3 years ago. Yeah, hold on. So hold on. Wait. Graham from Growth Book. Was it Dojo he worked on? No, it was Moo Tools. I think it was Moo Tools. Technically, I believe he worked on Moo Tools along with Guillermo Rausch. So I didn't realize that Guillermo Rausch has actually been like a dev for that long. It's crazy. There you go. Moo. I think it was Moo Tools. Hold on. How about this? What JS framework did Guillermo Rausch work on before Next.js? I thought it was Moo Tools. I could be wrong, though. I bet if we just Googled him. He's got to have a... Well, hold on. Let's pop this open. He doesn't have a Wikipedia? Really? Interesting. I kind of would have expected him to be like famous enough to have like a Wikipedia entry. Damn, Vercel's worth 3.25 billion. So I mean, Ladle, do you have a really just like rockin' mustache? Ah, hold on. Socket.io. That's it. That's it. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I thought they worked on another thing together too. Hold on. I bet we can find it this way. I'm really curious about this. Ooh, there's something. I have more repos than Guillermo. I'm just bullshitting here. Like, come on. Like, that doesn't matter. Hold on. Sort. Probably not last updated. Hey, what's up, Pranav? How you doing? Yeah, so he was a MooTools dev. Like, he used MooTools. I don't know if he actually contributed to it directly, though. What is this repo? How is this not illegal? Nice. Nice. That's funny. All right. Legally. Oh, damn. Dan Abramov actually just full on deleted the posts, huh? Kind of makes sense since he's at Blue Sky. Oh, wow. Cold Fusion supported stuff like that. Interesting. All right, that's funny. All right, anyway. Oh, look at that commit. Bunch of stuff. Like the name of the game is Post Void? No, I never heard of it. Oh, wow. Someone even made a better CRT version? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Feels fast and minimalist. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, some of this could be really cool to integrate into shaders for Ghosty. So Pranav, GLSL is an OpenGL like shader extension. So it's for like it stands literally for GL shader language. And GL stands for what? Graphics library, I think. Hmm. So yeah, this could be really kind of fun. Like we'd have to do a little bit of like modification, but it might be cool to get some custom shaders going, like inside of it, right? Like inside of Ghosty. Yeah, dude. No, this is cool. Yeah, really, really nice code there, huh? Multipass. There you go, X Factor. Nailed it. Yeah, dude. I really want to try my hand at getting some of these output in a way that would work. Call your credit card a multipass? She knows it's a multipass. Yeah, yeah, I love that bit. Like, dude, it's such a good movie. All right, Jean Claude. Okay, dude. Yeah, I really want to try and integrate some of these into Ghosty. I know nothing about them though. Like I don't know what how I would do it or anything, but you know what? Jean Claude is in Hitman? Oh, really? Like is that like the newest Hitman where like they're like releasing new maps all the time or whatever? Like basically like Hitman as a service, basically. Oh, it's free? Which Hitman game is it? Oh, the Jean Claude one is free. Hitman WOA? World of Assassination Trilogy. Interesting. So yeah, it's like Hitman as a service. Yeah, exactly, Crafty. We're gonna name it Luigi. Luigi.dev. So WOA is Hitman 1, 2, and 3 in one bundle. Okay. And then do they also release like new maps and stuff? Like are they like consistently putting out like new DLC? They release new contracts. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played any of the new ones yet. Those games are super fun. It's good? All right. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Okay, so we've got all of our data seeded here for accounts. All right, we've got quotas. Yes, the map is reused, but plot is different. So, like, characters are in different places and, you know, like different dialogue and all that. Yeah, that sounds great. Hmm. Oh, that sounds cool. All right, so basically, we've got accounts sortable and filterable. What we want to maybe do is within this specific quota, we would want to have a button somewhere for sorting and filtering the transactions to it or the payments to it. I don't think we want to jam that onto this page. I think I'm okay making it to where, like, if you want to see all of the transactions to a specific quota, you would do, like, click a button here to get to that specific page. Let me double check Lambda pricing too. Because there's going to be a limit to how much I actually want to do requests to these things. How much they bill. It's 20 cents per million requests. The gigabyte seconds will be cheap. So what I was basically thinking out loud is when you're looking at transactions, all you're going to have is the account ID that the transaction is mapped to. So if you're only going to have that ID, right, you may want to get like the user's name visible on like the list of transactions page. I think for now we could just do it by ID. And we just make it to where you click the user's ID in that list and it takes you to a description of that user's transactions. Because I don't think having the user's name is important when you're looking at your giant transactions list. You should be searching by ID anyway. So one thing we might do then is we would have like the transactions list. It would have to be specific to a quota or a balance. If you're looking at your quotas, like all transactions, you would still want to maybe like click and get that user's like list only, but it would really just populate the search field. But what if you want to search by more than one value at a time, right? So like you would do a search by their ID, but then you might want to search for a specific like note as well. I would say like the initial implementation could be simpler. And the initial implementation would be, yeah, it's just a search for that user's ID when you click the ID. And here's another thing I'm thinking. So I'm going to track this over in the Trello board, at least for now. We'll want to prefix IDs with entity name / abbreviation. Because then it makes it way easier to know what ID is what, and it'll make it easier for me to then do like searching. All right, hold on. Let me look at this. I'm curious about this now. Right, we do a search for 17. It does that. We do a search for 1. It does that. And then I do Willem. And we don't get anything there because we're doing basically just an index value. So yeah, searching by multiple things is not something we support at the moment. And I would say for MVP, we don't necessarily need to do that. Let's double check this. That page doesn't work because we're doing accounts details that. And that URL just doesn't exist. So hold on. Let me look at my routing for the front end. Oh, yep. So it's just accounts 10. And we're just not resolving that. So yeah, and then transactions and payments. Those would go away and it would just be like we would list out their quotas and balances on this page. And then you would click that to get to the actual like transactions and payments lists. So yeah, I'm basically thinking out loud about pretty much like how we would want to see individual accounts usage and where we navigate to those things from. Pranav, how did I integrate the Kanban board with GitHub? GitHub has GitHub projects. It's free and like really easy. Like they have their own like Kanban board built in. I highly recommend checking it out. All right, so hold on. I'm gonna pour another beverage, but before I do that, I want to maybe get some beef thawing so I can do some pho later. Let me make sure I actually have pho as well. Okay. So, beef is thawing. I'm gonna have me some pho tonight. Yeah, I haven't done the beef pho at home before. So yeah, this will be a fun experiment. Okay. So yeah, prefixing the entity names. That'll be something we definitely want to do, but we don't need to do it right now. Before I move on too far, I want to go back to this accounts page and the place where we're doing that link here. So yeah, the tricky part is that account ID here is something that the user creates. Like my user, right? My customer. So I don't want to prefix account ID, but business ID, quota ID, all those things, I think I do. And hey, what's up, Anuno Maduro? Mr. Sir, how you doing? I think Mr. Sir, sorry, I can check. My bad, sorry to assume. Wait, am I spelling this wrong? Oh, it starts with an E. There we go. There's the shout out. Yeah, welcome. What were you up to on your stream? You were reacting to the Primeagen trying Laravel? Ooh. Ooh. Nice. I like that idea. Yeah, like reacting to the React content guy. That's nice. All right, so were you only reacting, or did you also do some Laravel dev on your stream as well? And the stack for what I'm building. Yeah, here you go. It's very like AWS centric, right? So we're doing Lambda, React SPA for the dashboard, Astro for the marketing site, and yeah, like Lambda and DynamoDB for the backend stuff. Yeah, we're using a framework called Architect. So it wraps up a lot of that stuff for us. Is it perfect? No. But it is like a nice, easy way of spinning up, like just Lambda integrating with API Gateway and DynamoDB and some of the stuff it does for WebSockets and some of those things, like, setting up your global secondary indexes, like a whole bunch of that stuff gets really easy with Architect. So yeah, I like it. I still had to like build a bunch of stuff on top of it myself though. And yeah, you typically do Laravel development on your streams, but today was only reacting. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I do follow you. Okay. Yeah. You've rated here before, right? Yeah. Just earlier this month. That's right. Here's a quick question. Your name seems Spanish to me. Is that accurate? Would it be safe to assume that you have like a Spanish audience? Or are you more of like a Portuguese stream? I don't know. Tomato, tomato. I'm kidding. Sorry. What's the difference? I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. And I may have even asked you this last time you rated. So, yeah. Just in case, if there is anyone in your audience that is from Spain. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, yes, Portuguese. Right. I think we even discussed this previously. This is ringing a bell. Like, I've already done this part. You stream in English. Well, if there's anyone from your stream that is from Spain, we are looking to hire devs in the Alicante area. So I don't know, just throwing it out there. Just in case. I'm pretty sure I remember doing this last time you were here now, so my bad. I forgot. But just in case. If there's anyone in the Alicante area, we are looking for devs at Get Kraken. And it's a cool company. Not Laravel code, though. So that might be a problem for you. But anyway, whatever. So yeah, what was your like big takeaway from Prime trying out Laravel? Did he make like any like major mistakes or anything that you're like, yeah, people new to the framework do that all the time, and they, of course, someone new to it, even Prime, could make that mistake. It is a specific city in Spain. Yeah. Now we don't have anything for India, Pranav. Sorry. Tends to be Barcelona. Yeah, I don't know where Alicante actually is. He did the tutorial super quick and things felt natural to him. Yeah, makes sense. Right? Like, you've done one Rails-like framework, you've done them all. Yeah, I don't even know where Barcelona is on the map here. I feel like we should see it somewhere. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yeah, top right. There it is. So yeah, it looks like it's just another coastal town. That's where Ibiza is. I don't think I've ever looked up where Ibiza is on a map. This is my first time ever seeing that. Ever. Yeah, right. So yeah, terms like migrations, ORM, etc., right? Like the patterns. Yeah. Yeah, back in the day when I was doing a lot of PHP dev, I used Symfony, right? Is Laravel still using any Symfony components under the hood? Like the HTTP, like request and response abstractions? Or is that all homegrown by now? Okay, that's what I thought. See, I've used it. I know what I'm talking about, kind of. Don't hate me. I like Twig more than I like Blade templates. Anything's better than Smarty, though, right? And thank you for the follow, Anuno and Emil and Utiku. Thanks, Holy Sheep Man. I'm actually probably about to shave it off here in the next week or so. You know, it's fun to give it a shot, but eh. And HTTP. I like that name. That's good. Oh, yeah. So yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. Let me describe at least a little bit of what I'm doing. I am building a software as a service, and the software as a service is meant for other software as a service to use. So basically, I want to abstract out the idea of a quota and a balance, right? So if we look at a balance, we might consider that we've got some game that's going to have a game currency, and you might want to deduct from that currency as people like buy skins or something in a game like like Fortnite or some BS or League of Legends or whatever. Then we have the idea of quotas, and one of the quotas might actually be something like, oh, did I not click? There we go. Data transfer. So if you are running a like a hosting service, you're going to want to make sure that you're like metering people based on the amount of data they've transferred. So you can send me little like notes, and I will then track that person's usage. And here we can go look at some of the details for it. And we can see that, yeah, we're going to like visualize things like utilization and a bunch of other stuff that would make sense for like if you want to just understand how your overall business is doing things. And we'll even get to like individual accounts and their utilization and blah, 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 right? But yeah, the main gist being managing these kind of things is something that a business can do, like really easily. Like you could do it, but then it's something that you have to maintain. And anytime that you're building out these systems, especially a dashboard to view that stuff, it's time that you're not spending actually building your product. So for the same reason you might consider doing auth as a service, you might also consider using Waltr. That's the name of our product, Waltr. It's like Walletr, right? Because it started out as like the balance part, and then we integrated quotas into it as well. We're currently in the middle of a pivot to add quotas and support multiple balances. So that's the part we're kind of working on now. Yesterday, we finally finished getting the accounts sortable and filterable. Right? Like we can sort by name and, all that BS. And yeah, we're just going to keep hacking at it. The thing that we were mainly doing before you all arrived is I'm like basically brainstorming how we want to implement this type of like sort and filter functionality for individual maybe transactions for a balance, right? So then here on the details page, do we want to show all of that right here in the page, or do we want it to be something more like a button here at the top where we can just look at like the ledger? I'm thinking a button at the top to view the ledger would be ideal. And realistically, we can always like refactor where that navigation to the ledger is going to be for each like currency or quota or whatever. But we do need to start like building out that routing and yeah, just like how the user can get access to that data. So yeah, we're kind of in like brainstorming and thinking mode for some of this stuff. It's getting late in Europe. So hold on, Emil, where are you from in Europe? I don't know if you heard me say, but the company I work for is hiring in the Alicante, Spain area. Just want to throw that out there just in case. Ah, Norway. It's not quite the same thing. Not quite the same thing. Tomato, tomato. And Pranav over on YouTube asks, how are we pulling this transaction data? What is the source? My API is the source, Pranav. So I'm not touching Stripe. I'm not touching any of that. You simply send a request to my API for when a transaction happens. Same thing with a payment. So transactions are basically debiting from the balance, and payments are crediting the balance, if you want to think about it in accounting terms. So yeah, eventually we'll have to get a transactions like chunk of graphs in there too. But for now, we're good. I want to think more about how we end up letting people view the ledger. And what I'm thinking right now is I actually probably want to move like edit and delete into like a dot 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 button here. And then we'll just have like payments and transactions as buttons up here instead. I think I like that idea. Cotter, what is that from? Is that a Breaking Bad reference or something? Oh, it's an anime. Okay. I have not seen it. See, I instead think of Big Lebowski. No, Walter, you're not wrong. You're just an asshole. Toes over the line. Oh, he was an asshole all the way through. Or are you saying in the movie or in the anime Hellsing? Ah, okay, okay. So, and real quick, yeah, Anuno, if you had to get going, I'm still like, I'm curious, did Prime like Laravel? Right? Was he into it? Was he actually kind of stoked? SaaS is a software as a service. So typically, software as a service ends up being like a web application that you pay like a recurring bill to, right? In this case, we're doing a B2B software as a service to where other businesses are our target market, right? Instead of like end customers. So, Clerk or Auth0 or a bunch of the other like Auth stuff, those are Auth, like B2B software as a service companies whose main target customer is other businesses, other software. Oh, one second, Kenny. New programmer and a new follower too. Yeah, thank you there, Sneaks. Is it Snakes instead? Ah, Pranav. I see. Yeah, no, so I'm not trying to abstract out on top of like Azure, AWS, GCP, any of that stuff, right? Like your cloud spend. There are businesses that I think do some of that, but it's also pretty rare for a company to have all three. So, like, yeah, like less value in that, in my opinion. Okay, so yeah, it's a snake. Hell yeah. I like that. That's a good name. No, your English is fine. Yeah, good stuff for sure. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's actually go through and start building some of this out. Yeah, we fixed that button. Before we get too far, right, I want to think about where the buttons go. So let's move these two buttons into a ... drop-down menu. I don't know if I've ever had a bloomin' onion. They're basically like deep fried, right? It's like onion rings, but fancier. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had one. Oh, I was wondering, yeah, Amazon said, or not Amazon, my P.O. box said that some stuff got delivered, and I was really curious what the hell got delivered. But yeah, it's a tongue scraper I ordered ages ago. Oh, makes sense, Kenny. No, I've heard they're really good. Yep. Any book recommendations for databases? I don't know, Pranav. So Pranav, I'm guessing you're asking mainly about SQL? Yeah, what's up, Sneaky? How you doing? How's your matchup looking this week? Oh, you're out. Okay, for some reason I thought you were in the playoffs. Yeah, my bad. Been looking for a group to play D&D with. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I've wanted to do a D&D group for ages. I think I'd be all right at DMing. Yeah, exactly. I think it'd be cool. Ah, Pranav. So a book more about like what databases to use for different cases. I don't know if you need a book for that. Right? Like I would just find like blog posts and do that. Yeah, I don't know if a book is necessary. I think instead just keep looking for like blog posts and stuff. So then snakes, you're studying engineering, and your teacher insists that you use PHP. PHP 8 is cool. Yeah, for sure. There's a really good video. Hold on. PHP 5 to 8. Hold on, wait. Is this using... Is that a photo of Prime? Oh! Anuno! Nice. Yeah, it's totally a photo of Prime. That's funny. Dude, Anuno, really good job. I don't know if you're out there still, but man, really good job on being like the video to get recommended to us for that. This isn't the one I was thinking about, though. But yeah, 14K views, killing it, man. Good job. There's a specific PHP 5 to 8 video I'm thinking of, though. Yeah, Laravel's fine. There was a video I watched at one point. Damn, Nuno. You're a big fan of Prime, aren't you? Which totally makes sense. I get it. I am too. For everyone coming from a Nuno stream, I like to brag about this as many chances as I can. I made that GIF. I did that. God, there was a really good video someone made ages ago showing like all the new stuff in PHP 8 compared to PHP 5. Snakes, PHP is fine, right? The people that hate on PHP don't actually know any better. It has been cool to hate on PHP for like 10 years, and now people are actually realizing that it's just fine and it doesn't matter. Most of the people that hate on it haven't actually used it recently. But PHP 4 gets a bad rap for very specific reasons. Like PHP 4 sucks. PHP 5 up until like 5.6 kind of sucked. 5.3 solved a lot of problems though. Is it PHP annotated? Oh, this is the one. It is. Yes, dude. Yes. You nailed it. Good call, Unruly. Yes. This is the best video about showing like the difference from PHP 5.6 and all the changes and then what it turns into as you like migrate from version to version. This video is amazing. Like really, yeah. Good job, Unruly. So yeah, boom, on PHP 7, right? You get to get rid of a bunch of that boilerplate. Like, it's just really cool how much, like, boilerplate gets removed when you actually, like, update to a reasonable version, right? I can tell he's reading a script. Right? So, bam, he does those. And now, right, he can annotate those as private. He gets the default. He gets to just start deleting more and more code. So now he can make it public read only, and now all of that goes away. I know, right? So yeah, like snakes, basically what we're getting at here is that what you're seeing as this evolution of PHP 5 to 8 is what people would complain about PHP 5 back in the day. So now it's PHP 5 to 8.2, and just the difference in that code is night and day. We got a raid from someone who was doing PHP stuff. And then some people had some questions as we're like looking at it. So basically, we may have been raided by the person that you were seeing do that stuff. I don't know, Escamania. I don't know for sure. Was it a Nuno? Yeah, we're switching Waltr to Laravel. No. No. I'm curious, does PHP make this list? I personally don't think there would be much of a reason to run Laravel in Lambda. Like, it wouldn't make any sense to me. And yeah, so it's not even in the list, which I guess makes sense. Oh, Prime did the Laravel thing just earlier today. The person that rated us was reacting to Primogen's Laravel video, basically. Which I think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense then. So yeah, good call. So no, Prime didn't raid. If Prime had raided, we'd be sitting at like hundreds of viewers. Because he may raid with like 2,000, but then, you know, as people leave, we'd be left with all the people that just left his stream running and ended up here, right? Yeah. When Prime raids, I rarely maintain over 1,000 viewers for very long, but it does happen. Snakes, yes. So technically, what you're talking about was the bad way to do it. You could do it that way, but there have been modern frameworks making it not just a single file for a long time, right? The one that someone mentioned with CodeIgniter was another good framework that wasn't just a single file, right? But we're like PHP did develop a bit of a stigma because of how people used to do PHP code. Yeah, I do think it's interesting that the cold start times don't list Laravel or PHP in here. Seeing the numbers tick up and seeing AlgoBro just now responding to a message I sent earlier. So welcome everyone from AlgoBro's stream that's joining as he finished up for the day. Who all was it? Come on. Oh, so Renegade Symphony wasn't a thing until like PHP 5.6 or maybe 5.3. Before Symphony and like a lot of the stuff they did, it was basically like Cake PHP, CodeIgniter, and some other stuff. Drupal still existed, WordPress still existed, but yeah, Symphony wasn't like a thing really until basically, I want to say like 2011-ish. It was probably started sooner, but it wasn't like the thing. Mm-hmm. And yeah, hell yeah, Escamania. Thank you. So talented, you're old school. You were there during the Smarty times. I just made a joke about that earlier. We got a raid from a Nuno, who's a Laravel developer, and I ended up mentioning that, I remember when Laravel was using Symfony components back in the day. It still does for the HTTP stuff, I guess, which is cool. But I made the joke. Technically, I prefer Twig templates over Blade. Blade is the Laravel version. And then my joke was, but anything's better than Smarty, right? Yeah. And technically, I actually prefer not even like Twig or Blade or any of that. You can just use PHP as a templating language. The key is that you don't do any of that like logic in your templates. You can do full on like logicless templates with just PHP, right? Using the, I think it's that syntax. Right? So doing the short code of like leaving the PHP off of your tags is bad practice, but doing the equal sign with it, which is just like a print statement, basically, that was actually like totally fine in a lot of cases. But anything where you're doing like just that, I might be messing up the syntax. Maybe it's a slash to end it. I can't remember. But yeah, like leaving off the PHP for something where you're going to do logic is a mistake. But also, technically doing logic inside your templates is a mistake too. Other than maybe loops and some other things. Right, conditional logic, sure. Yeah, and that makes sense, Renegade. It just makes it harder to scan. So then, like, the big difference between that and that becomes, like, really scannable. And yeah, Pranav, you're looking at database internals. Is it worth it? So I would say database internals as a book, I don't remember it specifically, but it doesn't talk anything about like when to use SQL versus when to use a document storage or any of that. I feel like database internals goes into explaining like what stored procedures are and some of those things. Like I'm pretty sure database internals is really like SQL specific. And that might be worth it because SQL hasn't changed that much, at least from like the base case. Yeah, so like the storage engine, like magic of it. Yeah. So, Pranav, I would say it might be some fun reading, but as far as just using SQL, I don't know if this book is that worth it. If you want to get into building a database, I'd say it's worth it. But for consuming a database, you don't really need to understand any of this junk, right? Like how the storage engine works or any of that stuff. Meh. Meh. So, Pranav, I would say, and this is someone over on YouTube asking, if it sounds interesting to you, you should definitely check it out, for sure. But if you just want to build stuff, nah, you don't need this at all. Right? As far as building something, with a database and like understanding SQL and how to structure your data and doing like database design. I don't know of a book, but database normalization is something you're going to want to read about. Does anyone know of a good book that helps teach database normalization? Because that might be valuable, I think. One thing to remember is that you'll probably never need any of the normal forms beyond 3. Like, I've never worked on a project that did 4th normal form. Like, 3rd normal is pretty standard, but like, dude, I don't even know what 6th normal form does or 5th normal. Like, what? Ugh. So here's another thing that might be worth reading, right? So I would say learn about that. So database design for mere mortals. Sure, that might be a good one. That could be a good one. So there you go, Pranav. We got someone recommending this one. Right, so database design is going to matter more than like database internals. I would highly recommend that. One thing you might want to read up on is why things like DynamoDB were created. And for that, you can just read the DynamoDB white paper. Oop, hold on. So let me copy and paste that for Pranav. So the reason I think this is a valuable read is because it helps explain the reason for all these like non-SQL databases, Like, why would you want a document store? Why would you want a highly available key value store? What purpose are they solving? Why is it important? And, spoiler alert, the main reason is developer productivity. While, data integrity is important and like cascading deletes on foreign key deletes and all that stuff is like important, sometimes it just gets in the way of your devs being productive. Like the number one reason for NoSQL is actually just for developer productivity. Another thing you're going to want to understand about databases in general is CAP theorem. And like, again, most of this stuff you can just Google. You don't necessarily need a book for it. Like Wikipedia is probably going to be the better way to learn these things, in my opinion. So yeah, I hope that helps, Pranav. I think instead, just work on like combing all of the Wikipedia articles for it instead. And you can get pretty much everything you need instead of having to buy a book. There might be a good book about some of this stuff, but really you can get most of what you need just right in here. So yeah, right, like as you start clicking around, you're going to see the base philosophy for eventual consistency versus, things that are ACID compliant. Like, a lot of this stuff might be good reading, but yeah, as Talented is saying, also just don't over-engineer. you probably don't need to know or understand any of this stuff, except for maybe like the job interview. Someone will probably ask you about cap theorem in like junior to mid-level back-end engineer like job interview, right? So at that point, understanding ACID, understanding BASE, which I didn't even know this acronym, but yeah, it's about eventual consistency. Like understanding some of those things will be useful. Keep in mind, I've never interviewed for a back-end role, so I don't know what they ask. I have no idea. You've never heard of cap theorem? Oh, yeah. Consistency, availability, and partition tolerance. Pretty much with any database system, you kind of only get two. Right? So it's about like, well, yeah, which one do you care about the most? Consistency, availability, or partition tolerance? And yeah, as long as you understand the trade-offs between them, it can help you decide which database system you should actually be picking. May be talented, but that does have trade-offs. Ah, yes. Touche, right? You can always turn a problem into someone else's problem. Someone else's problem is the greatest camouflage ever invented. As long as something remains someone else's problem, you just don't see it. Yeah, exactly. Tech debt? I'll happily pay some interest. I don't need to pay off the whole thing. See, hold on. Let me grab a soda. Yeah, so I mean, basically, the big problem with Postgres or SQL in general is having to scale it, right? Scaling a SQL cluster is no easy feat. You can deal with maybe you got a bunch of read replicas and one node for writing data to it. That can work. That'll get you only so far, though. And then once you start hitting like crazy levels of scale, then you got problems again because you have a single like write, like one thing that is your bottleneck for writing data. Now, luckily, most of the time you're going to be read heavy anyway, but it's stuff to think about for sure. So here's a fun little fact I love to share that some of you have probably heard me say before, but I'm going to share it again. The term for scaling a database cluster is often referred to as sharding the database. And get your mind out of the gutter. I said it with a D, not a T. A database shard is a portion of that data. And you have many shards make up the whole cluster, right? That term, a shard to represent a portion of the database actually stems from the video game Ultima Online. Ultima Online is one of the first massively multiplayer online games. When they were building it, they realized that they were going to hit some crazy level of scale, and they needed to actually like split players out to different servers that would represent that like world or game state as a shard of the entire like game universe. So they made up that term in a canon way. In the game, there was the Crystal of Life or something like that. I forget its exact name. It was something used by the wizard Mundane. He was a bad guy in like Ultima 3 or something like that. And when you killed him, he ended up dropping the crystal, and it broke apart into thousands of shards, which ended up becoming the multiverse. So every shard that you would connect to is its own copy of this universe, operating completely independent of the others. What it means is they basically had their own, like, server farm in various areas to lower the latency of people connecting from all over the world. You would pick a shard to connect to, or a server to connect to, basically. And that's where your character lived. You couldn't move from server to server, right? Because each shard would have its own economies and blah, blah, blah. Like, it was like really cool. But all of this came about simply because they needed an in-lore reason for why you were connecting to a different server instead of sharing one big server for the world. We still use that term today because of Ultima Online. It's really cool. Sorry, let me pour another beverage. And let me get another album going. And, yeah. So, what playlist do I want to kick off? Ooh, this one's crunchy. I do. Yeah, for sure. Technically, I've had this mini fridge since I was a snowboard bum. I had a solar panel on top of my van at one point when I was living in a van. And this fridge was in that van as well. It turns out I didn't know enough about like the power draw, so I didn't have a powerful enough power inverter. So it basically sat empty like the entire summer, even though it was taking up space in the van I lived in. But yeah, I've had this mini fridge since, I want to say 2007, maybe 2008. Could have even been 2006, actually. How much would I sell it for? I don't know. Like, you can get one for just $80 or something. I'd probably just give it away. But this one has history. Yeah. This one still has like a giant like remnant of a Rockstar sticker on it. Like back when I used to ride for Rockstar. Yeah, I got free Rockstar energy drinks. It was amazing. They never gave me a paycheck or anything, but I got free Rockstars. There you go, Abner. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I don't like Rockstar anymore. They changed up their recipe. Back when Pepsi bought Rockstar, maybe around, what was it? Like 2020, maybe 2019. They changed up the recipe, and yeah, I don't know. Here's the way I used to describe it. Red Bull tasted like liquid sweet tarts, whereas Rockstar tasted like liquid Smarties. And I don't mean UK Smarties, I mean US Smarties. Like these guys. They're called Rockets in the UK. Right? These are the UK version, which are kind of like just bigger M&Ms. These are the US version. These are so good. Oh, the amount of times I've given myself like a sore on my tongue from just eating too many. You've never had a Red Bull without vodka in it. Oh, there you go. And Pranav, no, not Rockstar Gaming, Rockstar Energy Drink. I also, for a long time, for like a couple years, got free Chronic Energy drink, which was great. Looks to me like they still get sold. Where can I buy this from? I want some now. These were the best. They were made. I don't know why it got a 2 of 5. People suck. But yeah, like I don't know if you can actually buy this anywhere anymore. But they were made specifically for like extreme sports. It was, they say blue citrus. It was basically just purely grapefruit flavor, which was awesome. But it also had glucosamine in it, which is good for like your knees and joints, and that's how they marketed it. I would always make the joke like, hey man, you want a pound of Chronic? Because these are 16 fluid ounces. So 16 ounces in a pound. Yeah, for sure. I would make that joke all the time. People started getting really annoyed by it. But those were the good old days. Yeah, a pound of Chronic? Because I was getting them for free, so I'd offer them to people, you know? Like, that was the whole point, like, of sponsoring me. Like, yeah. You want a pound of Chronic? Yeah, there you go, exactly. So yeah, anyway, let's do some more code stuff. There you go, talented. Um, I'm not sure if he's like if it's something you want to pay for, but you might consider hitting up the Coppinger and asking him how much he would charge for a quick sign up for him. I don't know, just as an option. especially if he can do it on stream. Like, I haven't seen him streaming for a while. Is that just a timing thing, or did he basically just stop streaming? He does? Oh, nice. Yeah, the Coppenger's great. Yeah, he's been super busy. Exactly. Cause yeah, he has like a mobile app that took off, right? And he's always got like his like business side project stuff too. So yeah, like has he been streaming at all? I just want to make hold on. Now I need to make sure like I just want to make sure Twitch didn't drop my follow or something. Yeah, we're good. Cool. I don't know if you know this. Twitch definitely does like drop your follows sometimes, and it gets really annoying that way. I've definitely had it happen for sure. Yep, I have definitely had it happen. What's up, my secure gift? How you doing? You're doing better than last night? Nice. I am way less intoxicated than last night as well. Way less intoxicated. So yeah, that's my bad. Sorry about that. It's relatable. Yeah, it's actually just because our extension is messing up a bit. Oh, you're saying yeah, that song. That song's good. Yeah, Unknown Mortal Orchestra. They're really good. Switch the font to Impact for a stream? We'd have to add ligatures to Impact, but we could do it. Can't live without my ligatures, man. But that might be a fun stream when we decide to just do something like random and chill. Add ligatures to Impact. Limpact? Ooh, okay. Well, hold on. You know how there's Comic Sans, right? Our font is called Dorama Sans, right? It's like the opposite of impact. What is the opposite of impact? Illusion. Oh, I like that. Yeah, so instead of impact, we'll call it illusion. That's an option. I don't know. Non-pact? Ooh, okay, outpact. Fingers dance? Is this related to my dancing yesterday? That stuff? Is it related to that? I did rewatch a little bit of the VOD. Yeah, I definitely overdid it yesterday. All right, so let's do this. Wait, was Nailed It one? Okay, that's one of the dances. Yeah, for sure. Hold on. There you go. There's that one too. What's the one with like that dancing? I call that dance middle out. Oh, Bim Bam Boom is good. Yeah, it's solid. The whatever is good. Oh, hold on. Yeah, here's another one. Dude, I didn't realize how many like CM Griffin dancing emotes we had. Oh, there it is. CMG dance. Dude, some of these are really good. Damn, yeah, I haven't looked through the whole list for a long time. Dude, Eyes is so creepy. She's looking into my soul. Yeah, what's up there, Magoo? How you doing? Oh, Yell is a good one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we've been playing that music video for a bit. We played it last night, you know. Man, yeah, some of these are so good. Yeah, Alan created Hips. That one's really good. I don't know, Magoo. Do you consider this working right now? If you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. But okay, so we got that. We need to align it, and this is going to be justify center. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, it counts as work. All right, there we go. The icon should probably be a bit bigger, right? Hmm. All right, we're on the details page, so we don't need that one. All right, so hold on. Let me go look at Mantine again. We actually got the docs right here. I think I like outline. Hey, what's up, Wukong? How you doing over there? Ooh, what is your icon? Oh, it's your name, Wukong? Hold on. Oh, your name is okay. The icon says Manang. Okay. Oh, shy. You gonna refrain from spamming us on this account? Do I know Unity? No, I do not. Barely even met him. Okay, here we go. But yeah, no, I've never done any Unity. If you're looking for a good streamer that does, Lana Lux. I think it's all one word like that. Shit. Is it Lana underscore Lux? It's underscore Lux. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, pretty much the best Unity dev I know is Lana Lux. I'd say check it out if you've never seen her stream before. And yeah, what's up, Jay? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, what you been up to, man? Wukong, you're about to be hidden with this account too, man. Software as a service AI agents. Tell me more. What do you mean by that? Hold on. There we go. And how are things? Jay, they're going well. Um, yeah, I applied to React Miami with 3 talks. Hopefully, one of them gets accepted. I applied to Render ATL as well, and I don't know if we discussed it, but Render ATL is actually still like open for like applying to speak. So yeah, you can only do one submission. So I don't know if you've done. Yeah, you're submitting tomorrow. Yep, you've got until January 13th, so you got time. Anyone else out there that would like to speak at Render ATL? I highly recommend it. It's a really, really good event. The dude, Justin Samuels, something like that. Super cool dude though. I got to meet him at GitHub Universe, and yeah, just super cool, man. Like he's like big time. Like you're not gonna get much chance to chat with him at Render ATL, but I got to like hang out and chat and just like shoot the shit a bit at GitHub Universe, and that was cool. Yeah, he's a really good dude. Hey, what's up, Alan? How you doing over on the YouTube as well? Oh, interesting. So speech recognition, deep learning conference talk circuit sounds interesting. And yeah, real quick, hold on. So Tesla, like, so software as a service, AI agents. I'm curious. Do you think that's a good business? Because basically, you're competing against Anthropic at that point. Like, what do you think you're gonna do that Anthropic is not doing? Right? And if you can solve something that Anthropic just doesn't do well, well, then you're onto something. But I would be really curious, like what you think you could do that Anthropic is not doing. Like that would be the important part. So yeah, hold on, real quick. Let me go pee. I gotta pee. Sorry, breaking that seal. Sorry, had to pee. And I'm back. Relevance AI. Not familiar. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Like, if you think you can do something that these guys aren't doing, like, it's a valid business, and they've already proved out that it's a valid business, right? So there's definitely something to the idea of, like, you don't have to, like, be 100% unique in starting a software as a service or a business. You do need to have some kind of angle. But realistically, having any other company prove out a space is totally worth it, right? Like Datadog wouldn't have even been able to do what they're doing without something like New Relic proving out the business model first. Realistically, New Relic dropped the ball. Right? If New Relic had really kept up, they would have been killing it. And I think a big part was like they failed to adapt their business model quick enough. Yeah, exactly. My current boss used to work at New Relic and was there for part of their like pivot on how they did their billing and all that stuff. Yeah, the problem with Datadog, or not problem, right? Like the reason Datadog doesn't need to change based on cost is because for a lot of like large organizations, just having one line item on their bill ends up being really, really worth it. And people will pay a premium for that because it makes their accounting easier. It makes it just simpler if they're only paying one company, one person to chat with, one person to contact. So Datadog is actually going to be really hard to beat because you're going to have to like build up a business that solves like a niche that also, you know, also ends up taking enough of the pie that a company is willing to adopt you instead of Datadog, you know? They've expanded the SKUs and line items. Even then, just having one vendor to pay is still worthwhile. One contact to call when things go wrong. There's still a lot of value to that enterprise really values. And yeah, no, I get it. Jay Phil's like, I really like the guys uh at Highlight. I think they're really cool. I'm slacking, and I bet they're a little bummed that I'm like slacking on this like next video I should make for them. But yeah, I really like what they're doing, and I think there would be a lot of value in adopting a Highlight to solve some of the stuff that you pay Datadog for. Like, totally, I get it, especially because they're so like open telemetry focused. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Honeycomb, same problem, really. Like, yeah, that was a good thump for sure. Right? You have to solve enough problems that an org has to justify not using Datadog for that stuff. Like Datadog is basically in the same space, like not like the exact same like marketing space or whatever, but in the same vein of where IBM kind of like was in the past, right? Like nobody ever got fired for picking IBM. Nobody ever got fired for picking Datadog, you know? Yeah, and I get that, Jay Phils, but I think the bigger thing is like Datadog needs to drop the ball for a replacement to actually become viable. Like New Relic just really blew it on their billing model. That was it. It'll take Datadog blowing it in a similar way. So it's not really like for another company to swoop in, it's for Datadog to just drop the ball, you know? Exactly talented. Yep. Yeah, it's almost similar to the it's similar to the dude that was running shit. What is it? BitKeeper? So I don't know if y'all know like the story behind Git and BitKeeper, but basically all of the Linux devs for the open source work on the Linux kernel and everything, they got a free license to this thing called BitKeeper. I think that's the name, right? BitGuardian, BitKeeper. I think it's BitKeeper. Basically, someone at BitKeeper trying to like, you know, get some extra money. They were a main person at BitKeeper, or let me double check this. Hold on. It is BitKeeper. Yeah. So BitKeeper was a source control management piece of software. It was enterprise ready and blah, blah, blah. But they ended up saying like, okay, no more free tier for Linux. Pay us. At which point, basically, Linus Torvalds was like, no. And he made Git. And there's a reason why you've never heard of BitKeeper, probably. Because they fumbled so hard that they basically forced a 100x dev to make them irrelevant. Like it's crazy, actually. It's crazy. I know, right? Like just power move, man. So yeah, it looks like yep, Graphite. Man, they do have like a really, really solid like DevRel slash marketing department. When did they publish this article? Just earlier this year? Shit. Yeah. I should have beat them to it. Yeah, Graphite does a really good job with their blog posting. Does anyone have hands-on experience with Mercurial? I don't. I've heard it's pretty good. Like there's certain things that Mercurial does better than Git, actually. But I don't know if it's really like a reason why anyone would migrate off of Git. Really talented. Oh, that's cool. Oh, RW Grimm uses Mercurial. Yeah, and it's probably because like Pigeon is old enough that like Git wasn't like the thing yet, right? Like he's probably using Mercurial from Pigeon days before GitHub even existed, you know? And there's no point to migrate off of it. My guess is that if Pigeon were started fresh today, it would probably just be a Git project. But like, you know, Pigeon is just Mercurial based because of history, more so than like any like major reasons, I would think. Facebook uses Mercurial. Yeah, for sure. Also, though, Facebook started way back in the day before Git was a thing. Mm-hmm. And what's up, Mo the Poet? And yeah, the SourceForge thing. Man, I had a really good tweet, and I forget what it was, but basically about how like SourceForge basically pivoted to being a malware delivery system rather than like actually a place to host source code. So that's the thing config. Basically, Mercurial does like at least one or two things really well that Git doesn't do that well. I think it might be like large file support. And now that Git has like the LFS extension or whatever, it's less of a problem. But I think that's a big one. I don't remember specifically though. Yeah, exactly. SourceForge just became a malware delivery system. That's it. So that's another case of like, yeah, why did GitHub win? Because SourceForge dropped the ball. Oh, I might be mixing those up. Yeah, Perforce is the one that does binary files better. That's it. Yeah, good call. My mistake. So I don't know what Mercurial does better. But yeah, Perforce is better for binary files and images and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Oh, and hold on. Let me make sure. Large files. Okay, so Mercurial is good for large files. So maybe that's part of it too. Some niche ways with really large decentralized repositories. Like with Mercurial, it's probably easier to pull down like portions of a Git repo. So if you're doing like a giant mono repo, it might be the move. Pretty sure Google is like using Git for their mono repo tooling, but they have a bunch of like weird stuff built on top, you know? So basically, if y'all don't know this, Google is all of their source code is basically a single giant mono repo. And that does have some really cool benefits. So for something like Angular, when a pull request that has been approved to be run in CI/CD is made towards Angular, it has to actually pass all of the CI/CD for the entire rest of Google before it can be merged. Like that's crazy. So some of the bigger like Angular versions that have been like shipped that had backwards breaking changes, such as like some of the stuff for like how the at component decorator works, to get that actually merged and have that new major version of Angular get published, People had to actually go and make it work for all sorts of various teams. Yeah, that would take forever. Yeah, that's why some of the Angular versions took a while to ship certain features. For sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. But what it does mean is that when you see a new version of Angular ship, you know for a fact that it is battle tested. Oh, 1.3 sucked. Oh, dude, 1.3 sucked. 1.3 was still better than 1.1. Like, dude, talented. I don't know if you remember like 1.1 ish. Like, if you misspelled one of your dependency injection strings. Oh, God. The error that you would get. Yeah, it wouldn't tell you anything about what you did wrong. There was no way of knowing that you actually just misspelled a dependency injection. Luckily, there ended up being a grunt and then subsequently gulp plugin that helped you like find that stuff ahead of time. But man, it sucked. Oh, it was bad. Yeah, now it's mostly human readable. That's a great point. Yeah, for sure. I agree. No, no, no. So config, you do need a host for Git because you need to be able to clone it from somewhere for like a standard practice like system, right? Being able to run git clone is necessary. So yeah, like running a Git server is something that you can totally do. Like you can totally just run your own Git server. Like Google is not on GitHub for their entire monorepo. So they're running their own Git servers basically. Yes, exactly there, Alan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a very, very cool way to think about it. That's the thing that made like, dude, it made Rust so good to learn because like if you get an error in Rust, it'll tell you the one that they think like this is probably how you're getting this error, but also just add verbose or something, I forget the flag exactly, and we'll tell you every single way that you can see this error. And dude, it's really good. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, Rust does a really good job of having awesome error messages. All right, so these two buttons are going to go away. Oh, really config? I didn't know that. Okay, cool. I still think you're like better off having some kind of like server running, but yeah, the fact that you don't need it is cool. Ooh, Jay Phils. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Garrett. Garrett's still a thing, actually. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Google still uses Garrett. Anyone else triggered by their massive lack of proper flexbox in their header? So you can tell this is an old website because it's pre-flexbox and centering stuff was hard. Like vertical centering. Oh my God. Ugh. Like I'm a little bit triggered by this. Like it's not even consistent between this section and this section, dude. Oh, they're doing floats. Oh, it's float based. Oh God. Make it stop. Oh no. Oh God. I made a mistake. Oh, I regret everything. Oh, display table. Oh God. Oh God. I bet it renders fine in IE6. There you go. There you go, Heg. That's a good point. Good call. Touche. 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 I bet it renders fine in IE6. Yeah, 2009 wants its war crimes back. Exactly. Hold up, wait. Garrett has a Blue Sky account, though. So they're keeping up with it. No, I get it. Like, yeah, like they've had a release and everything, but dude, they're still like doing stuff. It does show that they know it still looks like this. Yeah. All right, so hold up. Okay, so look at it, right? The mobile menu button lines up with the header. So they're doing just mobile first design and they just stopped at the desktop. They just stopped at the desktop view. Like, no, you're expected to use Garrett's website from a mobile device. That's their actually intended use case. Duh. Because anytime it's mentioned in a meeting, people fire it up on their phone. What the hell is Garrett? Oh. Right? They just know where their users are coming from. Come on. Nobody looks up Garrett on a desktop device. I'm the edge case here. Ooh, can we bring back like works better in blank as a thing? Best viewed in Safari? Best viewed in links? That'd be fun, right? Everyone would love it. Yeah, that's the corporate version of works on my machine. Exactly. Best viewed from afar. Ooh, there you go. So hold on, that's the best joke though, because Lynx is the command line browser, right? That's why it's such a good joke, right? Best viewed in Lynx. Yeah, text only. Oh yeah. All right, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm going to put it on my personal website. Best viewed in links. Oh, it's amazing config. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Even having to support IE 11 fucking sucked. Like, dude. Well, is it IE 11 or IE 11 compatibility mode? Hint, IE 11 compatibility mode was less compatible. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, dude, it was the worst. No shit. LG, I didn't, like, LG, are you even out there? I didn't know you were a mod over on L Clonk's stream. You got us both going at the same time? That'd be hilarious, actually. That would be hilarious. No, okay, so LG's not here right now. All right, let's continue with the thing we are very, very slowly working on. Very slowly. All right, so these edit and delete buttons, they go away. They're gone. Man, I don't even know nobody named Old James. Gone. Well, who recognized that quote? I saw that movie in the theater with my dad. We definitely smoked weed beforehand. He wasn't impressed. And the lovable Old James. Wait a second. I don't even know nobody named Old James. Gone. You could say me and my dad were the title of the film. That was the day we found the fifth member of our crew, Mary Jane. Half-baked, man. Yes, Cuban B. Ampere released a 128 core ARM processor for server environments. Oh, I haven't seen that. There was another thing that I saw someone post about. It was like the NVIDIA Edison. And the only reason my brain thought of it was because, right, you said the number 128, and I believe... Oh, shit. Oh, so that Jetson is dope. Oh, okay. The Nano, though. I believe the Nano has a 128 core AI chip. Oh, no, no, no. It's an Ampere with 1024 CUDA cores. Nah, so it's just 6-core ARM here, though. Interesting. The Super is like the new hotness. Do they have it on this page? Jetson! Wait, hold on. What was the other line? 1 second, Heg. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, call the police. Man, if he ain't back in 5 minutes, I'm calling Domino's. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah, Heg. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm sad I missed that one. I think he says 30 minutes technically, but we'll call it good. Hey girl, you hungry? Fuck you. I was talking to the horse. See what trouble you're getting me into? Dude, I love that movie. I can quote most of it. Like, dude, I could probably like quote it not quite from start to finish, but I can. I'd have to like refresh. I used to be able to quote basketball from start to finish. And I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of that. I love that movie. Basketball? Yeah. When people ask me what my favorite film is, yeah, it's probably basketball. It's probably basketball. I love the movie Ice Pirates, but I don't know if it would even be top 10. Unless we're going to do like the top 10 of like top 10 favorite childhood movies. And then yeah, from my childhood, oh, definitely Ice Pirates. Oh man, it's like not my favorite, but like it's up there, dude. It's just so deliciously awful. Like there are some people that credit Ice Pirates for killing sci-fi for like the latter part of the 80s. For good reason. There's such like a good terrible joke in the film where like a parasite gets released onto the ship and it's called a space herpy. And at one point, like the female lead says, "Why didn't you tell me you had space herpes?" Well, I don't know. You never asked. Or something like that. Or it never came up. Or something like that. Like it's just, that's only a joke adults would get while watching it. Me as a kid, I had no idea what that meant. I had no idea. Pineapple Express, fantastic film. I saw that in the theater. Yeah, I've seen like so many good movies in the theater. It's kind of insane. I saw Jurassic Park in the theater. I saw Lion King in the theater. I saw Mortal Kombat in the theater. I know, you're jealous. It's okay. It's okay to be jealous. I get it. I saw Black Sheep in the theater. I saw The Matrix in the theater. Three times. Yeah, Alan. Yep. Yeah, I saw The Matrix in the theater. Damn right. I took my dad to it, like for my second or third showing. He wasn't impressed. I'm like, dude, he's a tough customer when it comes to films, man. He's a tough customer. Yeah, he was not impressed by The Matrix whatsoever. So, Alan, hold up. Here's one thing. You know how I said like Ice Pirates is up there as a childhood film for me? You know what my favorite childhood film is? Amazon Women on the Moon. Because my parents let me watch that shit way too young. Yeah, dude. I watched that movie way too young. I also saw Kentucky Fried Movie way too young. And for the longest time, I thought the spoof of Enter the Dragon was actually Enter the Dragon. So when I finally saw Enter the Dragon, I don't know, at like the age of 13 or whatever, I was like, why isn't this as funny as I remember it? I know, right? Like, man, my parents didn't give a shit. I was able to watch any movie ever. Oh, Creep Show too young. Dude, yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing Creep Show way too young. Dude, the fucking like the one that's out in like the lake, like the fucking toxic oil sludge thing that eats the people. Dude, that might be where my like problems with water stem from. The one with the box fucked you up. See, for me, it was like the abandoned lake. That one fucked me up. That one fucked me up bad. Alan, hold up. One of my favorite possessions. I own the Creepshow comic book, like the original print, like printing. It's one of my favorite possessions. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it's super fucking cool. I need to dig that back out. I don't even remember what box it's in. But yeah, dude. Definitely one of my favorite possessions. Because the comic book even has like the Stephen King story. I should put it on the wall. It's in like my entire comic collection is in like the really nice like comic book like sleeves and with like backing boards and all that shit. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. The majority of my collection I've actually like gotten from like thrift stores since becoming an adult. Because I never had a really good one. My older brother had a way better one, and I was always a little jealous of that. Like my sports card collection is insane. Like I've got a couple Michael Jordan cards that are worth over $1,000. Like not even just like, well, here's like the the Beckett price. Like no, like they have sold on eBay for over $1,000 within the past couple of years. If I were to go through it and deal with it and like actually like sell all this shit, I'm probably sitting on a couple hundred grand in sports cards. Ooh, Snake Eyes versus Storm Shadow. No, nah, no words in it. Ooh, hold up. Algo Bro's been telling me all about there's like a Star Trek thing that was released recently with like AI, William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and shit. And there's like no words as well. I haven't seen it, but he's talked about it. Sounds really cool. Yeah, hold on. Do they have a list of like the latest thing? Is this it? No, it's a fan made series. Hold on. Let me double check and ask Alga, bro. Nah, it's not this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to wait for Alga Bro to get back to us. Way to kill the franchise, Bacula. Wait, is there? Did I miss it? Oh, Starfleet Academy? Oh. It's a series, not a film. But it could be really good. I'd be into it. Fuck yeah. Maybe you were looking at films. Hold on. Oh, you're talking about Section 31. Okay, hold on. Michelle Yeoh. Oh, hold on. So yeah, that was the one you were talking about. Okay. I don't know any of these actors. Okay, so sorry, tep name. 1 second. You're just starting Python. Would I recommend you submit your progress to GitHub so you can show people your skill if you want to apply for jobs? I mean, yeah. What I would say is eventually, as you like build actual projects, your like tutorial projects should probably be something you remove eventually, but not right now. Right? Just bear in mind, right now, it is a really hard time to break into the industry as a junior. Doesn't mean you should stop, because you need to set yourself up for when it's actually not as hard. You need to be ready for that. So I would say keep at it, do your thing, build stuff. Eventually, though, and let me phrase this as nicely as I can. I have interviewed people, especially like people that were interviewing for like a senior role, and I looked at their GitHub and it just had them like cloning tutorial BS as their only contribution to GitHub. And it was like somewhat recent. If that's the only stuff you have on GitHub, that could be a little problematic. I still gave them a chance. I still let them like answer the questions I asked. But they couldn't actually answer the questions because they didn't actually do any significant work. They would let them actually take my place at the company I was interviewing them for. Because I was a contractor, the company I was interviewing these people for was my role. They didn't tell me that up front, but I knew it. Like, come on. Oh, you're interviewing for a senior front-end engineer while I'm a contractor for your company? And I'm the only front-end person? Come on, I'm not stupid. That said, I do things ethically, and I interviewed them as best I could, and they were not capable of taking over the role. They had no idea what an interceptor was. They had no idea how to build an application. Right? Most of the people that we got through this terrible contracting company were really bad. Like, dude, they were cheap, I bet, but they were really bad. Yeah, no, it's fine, HTTP. Like, most people end up interviewing people for their, like, as their replacement without telling you. That's actually really common. The biggest thing was the agency we were using fucking sucked. They were probably really cheap, but it also meant we didn't get anybody good. There was like one dev I remember interviewing that was good, that I recommended, like, yeah, we could totally bring them on. But they ended up just shifting them to the back end anyway, because that's where they were more productive. And they were a really good dev. Yeah, I'm really happy for identifying that they would be a great dev because they fucking killed it. But they were not a front end lead type dev. Like, they massively failed the, well, how would you handle a 401 response question? And they failed a couple other ones, but they nailed a couple other ones too. So yeah, they got the recommendation from me because I don't ask questions where you're like an instant fail if you don't know it. Like, dude, teaching someone about interceptors, if they're a competent dev, super easy. Super easy. I don't mind. I will teach someone about all sorts of shit as long as I have confidence that they're going to be able to learn, you know? Oh, okay. So hold on. This thing that AlgoBro linked us isn't even like an official thing. I didn't realize that. All right, so there you go. There's the listing. It's 9 minutes of Star Trek with no dialogue. So there you go, Alan. I would say check that out. Yeah, that's why we couldn't find it on Wikipedia, though, because it's not official. So yeah, thanks, Aldo. Yeah. Yeah, on a company specific account. Yeah. Prefer quality over quantity. I mean, when you're getting started, quantity's fine. And yeah, the GitHub contribution graph is not something to like really like worry about. Like, it's easy enough to fake GitHub contribution too. Like, you guys know that, right? It's super easy to fake your GitHub contributions to get your graph to do like fun pixel art. The duck is a pin. Ooh, it's a goose, technically. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen New Duck lately because he would be really pumped on this pin, I bet. Like, he'd be really pumped on that pin, I bet. It's a goose with a pipe in their mouth. Hold on. Let me get some music going. I know, right? Exactly, HTTP. Like, so cool. Does the beanie Twitter have the goose? Wait, what do you mean by that? Does you mean CM beanie or CMG beanie? Probably not. Surly, you out there? I don't know. Whatever, I give up. It's fine. Okay, so hold on. Anyone know what this artist's name is? Oh, no. So X Factor. There are two parody accounts now. CMG Beanie is Surly's, and then there's the one that Four Wheel runs that I forget the name of right now. Is it CM Grifting? I don't remember it. But yeah, hold on. Eyes. Anyone remember this artist's name? Right, we looked at it earlier, and now I want to hear like their. I guess it's a Tiny Desk concert, maybe. Okay, a list of Tiny Desk concerts. Here we go. All right, so we skip ahead. I feel like it's like 2015 on. Hold on. Death Cab, Jose Gonzalez. Oh, is it Aurora? Oh, it's fucking Aurora. There it is. Oh, hold on. The one we clipped it from was actually NPR. No, no, hold on. KEXP, I think. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no worries, Guanaco. Like, it's a good link for sure. I don't remember if it's any good. We'll find out if I actually enjoy this song or if just like this GIF scarred me. Right? Did I get hypnotized? I might have just gotten hypnotized. All right, so back to what we're doing. Yeah. These two buttons need to change. Okay, yeah, I think I remember like really liking this. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll find out. Arvo part? Sure. If you want to paste it over to our Discord, we have a channel for sharing music. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so what we need to do is, yeah, we need to get rid of those things. We just deleted them. They're gone. So it's going to be in here. Kind of sounds about right. All right, so instead of details here, this is going to be transactions. HTTP. That's the thing. Your contacts were never encrypted, as far as I know. Your conversations could be, but your contacts weren't, as far as I know. So they can actually, like, kind of get around that. Like, they don't need to care about what you're talking about with people. They just need to know, like, who you're connected to. So here's my point. Like, it's one of those things that requires so many people to be in on it. Like, they've had so much attrition that, like, how many people would have to care, right? Like, how many people would have to care about keeping that secret after quitting the company? Like, someone would have leaked it as a whistleblower by now, right? So it's almost like the fake moon landing conspiracy. Do you really think thousands of people could keep that secret forever? No. Come on. I could see it being plausible and it making sense, but no one would actually do that. Like, come on. And yeah, NDAs have a legal expiry and like all that. Like, I mean, come on. No, and I get that HTTP. I'm not saying you were, but what I'm getting at is it requires so many people to be in on it that it's just not plausible for that many people to keep a secret, you know? Yeah. Ooh, that's a good way of looking at it. Sure. I think think that makes sense there, Larobi, right? Like, yeah. Password protected, encrypted, zip, or rare archive. They can still detect it? Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh shit. Okay, hold up, hold up. Hold up, hold up. Someone's shouting out awesome stuff. No, so I mean, config, it's actually really easy to recognize that Zuck read way too much what is it, Snow Crash? Or like the other like William Gibson novel that has like the metaverse and all that. Like it was like the prototype metaverse novel. It's either Snow Crash or the other one. I forget which. Cryptonomicon or something. No, like, yeah, Zuck just read that shit and loved it. Neuromancer, that's the one. Yeah, not Cryptonomicon. That's a different person, right? Who wrote Cryptonomicon? Neil Stevenson. Okay, totally different person. Right? My guess is Zuck's favorite video game and then subsequently like favorite terrible like novel series and universe was Shadowrun. Like, dude, the magic of Shadowrun, I read so many of those novels. I love the Shadowrun universe. It's so good. Yeah, it's my favorite SNES game. It's probably my favorite video game of all time. Yeah, I get it. I really think he recognizes the value in a major way. Like, if you're like the first mover on the metaverse, like, oh my God. Like, that's why he named his company Meta. He's a huge William Gibson fan. No worries, HTTP Pete. I mean, I make great background noise while you're working, but yeah, I get it. Sometimes it's just so entertaining that we distract you too much. I take that as a compliment. Thank you. But I do think I make good background noise. Like, yeah, just, you can put me on and ignore me. Totally fine, man. She's so weird and adorable. All right, okay. So yeah, I'm good on it. Like, it's an interesting song. Should we listen to a little Bjork? Army of Me, obviously. Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me go pee, and then I'll be right back so we can listen to Army of Me together. Because I love that song. It's so good. Pretty much every Scandinavian like musician chick owes their entire career to Bjork. Fuck yeah, Jaeger. Dude, Jaeger, I'm so happy for you, man. Like, dude, you just gotta do it, right? It's so easy to get discouraged. Fuck yeah, man. Oh, hold on. How is this song so quiet? No, I'll start it over from scratch, but dude, what the fuck? How is it so quiet for y'all? It's like, it's perfect volume for me. Dude, yeah, something's fucky with my volume. I'm gonna have to reboot because that's Windows just fucking me. So here you go. Now you guys can hear it. Right, this is classic Bjork. But dude, Jaeger, I'm so happy for you. Like, every single person out there, do not get discouraged. I would say, don't just do 50 fucking resumes and applications in a week and call it good. You're better off keeping yourself to a pace of 3 to 5 a week. Because you need to actually put in the effort. Right? You need to really put in the effort towards your resume. Make a cover letter that someone would actually be stoked to read, that you think resonates with the company you're applying to, and blah, 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 right? Like, read what they say about their culture, read all that shit, and tailor what you're doing to what they're actually looking for. Tailor your resume and the keywords that you shout out at the previous jobs you've worked at towards the job that you're applying to. And Jaeger, dude, yes, that is the fuck up, right? Applying through LinkedIn, they don't see that shit, man. They don't see it. Always apply through the company website. If they link you back to LinkedIn, well then, okay, apply through LinkedIn. But yeah, man, dude, I'm so happy for you. Fuck yeah, Jaeger. LinkedIn, Indeed, and a bunch of those other aggregator kind of sites are only good for discoverability. Do not apply through them. Dude, I'm happy for you, man. Good job, dude. Fuck yeah. What kind of role is it? Like, you don't have to say the company or any of that bullshit, but yeah, what's the role? God, I'm so happy for you, though. Like, that's sick, man. Full stack React and Node and GCP for the hosting. Okay, cool, dude. Nicely done. And what is like your current job? Yeah, emailing the right person, I think there's a bit to where that becomes not so good. Like, too many people have been told, like, oh, just reach out to someone that actually works at the company. Yes, but don't make it feel spammy. Okay, so you're doing Laravel full stack right now? Sure. Yeah, we got a raid earlier from a really like big fan of Laravel as well. And again, you can do really cool stuff with it. But being able to do like more complicated front ends as your job is going to level you up as an engineer massively. So yeah, happy for you. So Larobi, that's the thing, right? Like, how do you find the right person to email? That is like some special like sauce, you know? And yeah, like Illist is pointing out, like the cold email thing to someone you've never met but works at the company can be effective still, mainly because a lot of companies give like a hiring bonus as an incentive if you refer somebody, right? So if you refer someone that gets hired, like at a previous company, I would have gotten $1,500 if they hired someone I recommended. That's huge. Oh, and now the music's way louder than it should be. Oh, because it's a different song. So yeah, whatever song we were listening to was way lower volume than it should have been. All right, so let's get something else going. Dude, yeah, just bullshit, man. Just fucking bullshit, man. That is easy to see. Yeah, exactly, Alan. It's such a good song. Like, holy shit. Yeah, recruiters get a good chunk, but even just random employees can make a couple grand off someone being like hired from their recommendations. So there is like a little bit too, like, yeah, reach out to someone, see if they recommend you. But there were too many like boot camps that were telling people like, nah, just find someone at the company on LinkedIn and email them. If we've never met in person, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Dude, Larobi, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Hell no, man. Dude, don't do that. Yeah, yeah. No, no. Like, even if you get recommended, you still got to go through HR. But typically, if you get recommended, you get to skip past HR's like bullshit filter, right? Like, you'll still go through HR and HR has to approve you, but you're not going to be randomly discarded for lacking a keyword, you know? Larobi, I would say I would disqualify you from that job automatically. It doesn't seem like you have good intentions automatically just by making that statement. That sounds even more shady. Okay. Yeah, sure, man. Ooh, see, config, like, I don't think that's actually a big deal, right? Like, that's something that the recruiter or HR person would be like, not a good fit. But any sane developer would be like, yeah, C sharp, you mean Microsoft Java? All right, let's get you to the second round. So yeah, like, yeah, HR has no idea that C sharp experience is actually totally relevant to Java experience. Like, totally relevant. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I get that config. That makes sense. Yeah, that's a good point there, Renegade. Like, that's something only a human would spot, though. Like, AI resume review would not give a shit. ACM, I forgot that was an emote. I forgot that was an emote. All right, so we're going to head to Iconify. We're going to pick some emotes. Or not emotes, sorry. Some icons. Jaeger, I am not aware of any such law. Yeah, I've never heard of that, Jaeger. No idea. If anything, that might be like a state thing rather than like national. So maybe in California. Alabama don't give a shit. As far as I could like rationalize it. Now, how many tech jobs are there in Alabama? So you're probably dodging a bullet there anyway. Oh, Arkansas, Alabama. What's the difference? Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two states. Hint, it's the same picture. Spelling. That's the only difference. There you go. Nailed it. I get it. I get it. And hold on. No, we heard this earlier. No, I'm good. I do want to hear this song, though. I fucking love this song. Right? This is a finger dance song for sure. What would peace be like? Wait, really, Alan? Only because they weren't worried about blowing up Alabama. If they fucked up and we lost Alabama, it's no big loss. It's fine. I get it. That makes sense. Oh no, they made a bomb that destroyed the entire state of Alabama. No big loss. It's fine. Oh shit, what's that joke from Basketball? The Raiders moved from Oakland to LA and then back to back to Oakland. Nobody in LA seemed to notice. Right? Like it's something like that, right? The Utah Jazz moved to Utah where they don't allow music. Yeah, it's the Jazz moved to Utah where they don't allow music. Sorry, I fucked it up. After a year in Dallas and New Jersey and a year as a greeter at the Desert Inn in Las Vegas, I'm finally happy to be here in the fine city of Miami, Minnesota. Same difference. Shit. No, I get it, Alan. Dude, my dad talks about how he met Werner von Braun. Because he was like the head of his like rocketry club in, I feel like it was high school, but could have been some other, like, you know, like maybe like middle school or something. Yeah, my dad got to meet Werner von Braun. It's kind of cool. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that I can't trust my dad on saying, but some of the stories he says, he's actually said for years before his cardiac arrest. And yeah, like my mom even backs that up. Like, no, that's a story he told years ago. That shit happened, which is really cool. He then will also tell stories about how he met Howard Hughes. And no, he never said that before the cardiac arrest. He never met Howard Hughes. Okay? He didn't. He just simply saw the movie The Aviator as he was regaining memories after his cardiac arrest, which is a very different thing. So yeah, love my dad. He's the best. But there is like a point to where like, yeah, was he telling this story before the cardiac arrest? If so, then yeah, that shit happened. After his cardiac arrest, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of a sad like thing. Is what it is. Yeah, that happened to him when I was like, I want to say like 13 or 14. He's been dead the entire time, so that's okay. But yeah, like at some point you stop arguing with him about the things that definitely didn't happen, and you just let him tell a story because he enjoys doing so. Right? You can just know, hey, mom, did that actually happen? No. Thanks, mom. He's still dead, though. He's still dead. And that's the thing that's kind of like really like crazy and interesting. You know? Like as we age, our memory is a fickle beast anyway. I was just exposed to how fickle your memory can be way younger than I probably should have. But still, he's dead. He's still dead. You know? He's still fucking hilarious, you know? Like, man, he's the funniest person I know. I'm not even kidding. Like, he is the absolute funniest person I know. He's fucking hilarious. He's such a good storyteller. Like, yeah, it's just really good. Like, there are some things that you might lose, like memories, but you don't lose who you are, you know? That's kind of amazing. How you can actually, like, lose a major portion of your life and have to, like, gain it back again as your brain reestablishes blood connectivity to those parts of your brain, but somehow you're still the same person. That's fucking cool. Right? We are not just the collection of our memories. There's something more to it. And that's kind of beautiful. All right, so hold on. I'm looking for phosphor in this list. And can I just point out how much I dislike that this shit isn't in alphabetical order? That's bumming me out a bit. And yeah, brains are fucking weird, man. Hold on. There it is. UI other mixed. There we go. All right, so the word in doesn't work. Money? Nope. Hmm. Right, I get it there, config. Are you sure though? Like, I don't know, man. Did that actually happen? I'm kidding. I'm bullshitting. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. Really though? I don't know. Okay, so I kind of like this. We can use line up and line down, especially for the balances. Are we looking at quotas right now? I think we are. Nope, that's balance. Fuck yeah. Yep. Nope, we got it. So yeah, we're gonna do line up for payments and line down for transactions. We can figure out a better thing eventually, but I don't know. I think I really like this. Oh, there you go, ACM. That is the most accurate version of CSS as a meme that anyone could ever think of. Like, oh my god, I wish I came up with it. I didn't. Nah. That font, impact. All right, so the font is chart line up duotone. Oh, hold up. Shit, I have these backwards. That one should be up. This one should be... Wait, no. Down. Yeah, never mind. We had it good. The color of these things, I think we call good, right? It's there. Is that falsetto? Is that falsetto actually Damien Albarn? Damon Albarn? Damon? You know what I mean. Is that falsetto him on the recording? I'm willing to bet it's not him in like a live concert. But yeah, I think that's him like doing that falsetto. I don't think I noticed that before. All right, so I like these two buttons. They don't resolve to anything we actually care about yet. And I almost want to turn them into links instead of buttons. And I kind of want to do the same for other stuff too. And I think we're at a good portion of the stream where I kind of want to go cook some food and eat that food and then play some video games tonight. And then maybe I can actually launch up the stream at like noon tomorrow. That would be the goal. We'll see if I actually do that though. I think we can do it. I think I can do that. And then, yeah, Pranav, hold on. Maybe out of context, how to cope with loneliness or how to enjoy being with oneself. It is out of context, but I don't think it's a bad question, and I think this is a good time for it. If you were to ask me that at the beginning of stream, I'd be like, come on, man. Like, I don't know, let's just chill, but yeah, towards the end of stream, this is a good time for it, especially because I got the whiskey in me, so I like to think I'm a little more permissive. The key to loneliness? I don't know. Like, I'm not the expert. Don't listen to me. I don't know, man. But oftentimes being lonely is the result of feeling like you're not complete. And keep in mind, like, yeah, I'm a bit lonely too. It'd be nice to have a partner, you know? But at the end of the day, like, that loneliness is probably rooted in not feeling like you're enough. So what is it that you don't like about yourself that is making that loneliness stronger than it should be? Because, hold on, consider this. There's that song, 1 is the loneliest number. 2 can be as bad as 1. It's the loneliest number since the number 1. There are people that feel lonely in a relationship, you know? So at some point, like, loneliness is not based upon the other person. Loneliness is based upon your perception of yourself. Right? If you think you'd be happy with a partner, I would really question that. It just happens to be a scapegoat for you not being happy with yourself. So instead, try and focus on what you don't like about yourself. I can't tell you what that is. I don't, like, I know all sorts of stuff I don't like about myself. But I enjoy what I'm doing, and I don't know, at some point, maybe just start streaming. Then you can have a whole bunch of people hanging out with you every day. I don't know if that's the actual answer, but is that why I'm so hooked on streaming? Well, maybe because it helps supplement my loneliness. I don't know, man. I have no idea. No clue. But any person that treats having a partner as filling that void of loneliness will eventually feel lonely with a partner because there's something that they're missing anyway. So instead, you need to be complete with yourself before you can actually be complete with a partner. I think that's a big part to it. So I don't know, Pranav. I'm not trying to answer the question for you. I'm saying, what do you feel like you're lacking besides a partner? And then really question, would a partner actually solve that? In many cases, the answer is probably no. And trying to fill a void with a partner is actually going to leave you feeling more empty sometimes. But again, this is not a relationship advice stream. I'm not the right person to give any of that advice anyway. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Sorry, Pranav. Right? The question you're asking is actually one of like the age-old questions that nobody has an answer for. We just say really like fun, pithy statements that maybe resonate with people. But does that make it real? No. It just means they sound nice, like they're fortune cookie statements, you know? You can't be happy in a relationship until you're happy alone. Like sounds good on a fortune cookie. Is it true? I don't know, man. I have no idea. CM giving love advice. Yeah, that'll be my radio program later. Obviously, no big deal. And the irony is I'll be doing it while I'm single. Right? So fuck it. Like, who knows? I don't know, man. Don't listen to me. Nah, man, it's bullshit. Anyone who claims to have the answer is someone you should definitely not listen to. Right? It's like paying for a course on how to make money. If that person had the answer, they wouldn't need to make the course. There's no single human being out there making a course on how to make money that you should actually listen to, because if they could figure out how to make money, they would just keep making the money. Why would they need to sell you a course if they're already like having the secret to making money? So yeah, at some point, like, yeah, don't listen to gurus. Gurus are just people that have something to sell. Doesn't make them right. All right, anyway, let's go raid someone. Who's streaming right now? Is L Clonk going? No, L Clonk is done. Shit. We see someone doing some game jam stuff. I'm good on it. We see Odette Nerd. We see Danny Stem. We see Casper573. Open Telemetry Struggle Bus. I recognize their name and their icon. So, like, not their name. Sorry, I recognize their icon. But they're good. They're super cool, and we could just rate them. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. Like, anyone selling you a course on how to make money obviously didn't figure that shit out because they wouldn't be selling the course. Right? Like, it's just, that's so fucking simple. Like, nah, man. Anyone trying to make money off that is not someone you should actually listen to whatsoever. Oh, hold up. You know what? No, we're going to go raid Defy Us All, who's going for 5 minutes. So yeah, no. We're going to go do that. They're great. Dude. Ah, oh, that's way better. Yeah, I'm glad I looked. We're going to go raid Defy Us All because he's a good dude, man. He's a really good dude. So we're going to go say hi to Defy Us All. We made enough progress today, Matt Bird, Mr. Sir. I saw you over on, what was it, Algo Bro stream? He's a good dude, right? I mean, no, we're rating someone, so I think that's maybe the bad timing. But yeah, exactly, for sure. So yeah, you have the timing that, yeah, we're done for the day. I need to go cook some food, and then I want to play some games, and then I will be live here tomorrow. You know, no big deal. But let's go say hi to Defy Us All. We'll see if he actually recognizes us showing up. Yeah, thank you for chilling. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for the hello. Yeah, so El Clonk, you were lurking over in El Clonk's stream. You could have said hi before then. Come on, man. But no, it's okay. So YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you again soon. I definitely didn't get as shitty as I did yesterday, right? That's a win.